Good morning, everybody. China numbers are rubbery. China numbers, well, industrial production was pretty good. There, unemployment and what's the other one? Retail sales were down. Why did RC cancel Black Monday? There was no Black Monday. There's never a Black Monday. But also, the FOMC decision is until Wednesday. So, highly unlikely that we're going to get any serious downside until that's passed. Unfortunately, a lot of the anything bearish that can happen this week is going to be pinned to the FOMC meeting. You can give me shit if you want, but I did say we would probably go up today. Maybe tomorrow too. Morning, Gherkin. ES fighting to establish Friday's high. I'm already out scalped 10%, but I'm still turgid. Nice. Yeah, I was playing ES this morning and I forgot to start the stream. The only shit I'm giving you will be left on the floor, as is your prerogative. IWM and RSP dying. Yeah, breadth isn't really keeping up with the pump, but it might, right? Most of the concentration right now is in tech. I think yields are up. Small caps aren't performing very well. Dollar's starting to creep up, although I feel like the dollar should be up significantly higher than it currently is. I'm being hurt a lot less from the index pump than I did the Tesla pump. Yeah, Tesla had a really crazy open, huh? Jesus fucking Christ. It bounced and tested 170 and immediately rejected back down. Yeah, I'd be careful with Tesla. So Tesla I think it's TSLY is on Reg Show right now. You would think someone would be leveraging down the carry trade. No, actually, it would appear that people involved in the carry trade are betting Yuta does nothing tonight. Almost. Because he will absolutely do nothing tonight. There's a good chance, right? I mean, despite the rumor leaked by Nikkei, and I kind of discussed this last night. Despite the rumor leaked by like Nikkei News, the Bank of Japan promised in January that they weren't going to raise rates until the April meeting due to the earthquake that hit. I think it was on like New Year's. Consensus on trading economics is that he does nothing. Yeah, but swaps markets are still pricing in a slightly better than 50% chance that he does raise rates. So I think like 57% chance. And the leak in Nikkei News is kind of interesting, right? Especially the timing. Like 3 days before the meeting. Or 3 business days before the meeting. Beyond is getting smacked right now. Vol is going crazy. It's not getting. What do you mean getting smacked? It freaking went from a 850 to 835. You guys really need to reevaluate your definitions of smacked. Also, stop playing fucking Beyond Weeklies. Are you saying we gave them enough time to trade and settle? I mean, generally speaking, uh, if you look historically, the Bank of Japan kind of leaks information out ahead of the meeting, probably in an effort to keep markets stabilized and prevent creating too much volatility. But these leaks are really common with them. I don't know if that's like a cultural thing or what the fuck it is, but it's what they do. Although they've been sneaky with them before, and I think it was what, the Jan meeting? They announced, like, they leaked that they were going to move forward with the rate hike, and then they didn't. But what they ended up doing was buying quite a lot of ground on the yen for free by doing that. Because remember everyone panic hedging and FXE shooting up? Hmm. 1 second. And then they were like, oh, never mind. We had an earthquake. We're not going to raise rates after all. Discord no work. Discord's working. Are you holding off on new positions until after FOMC? Well, I have 5115 puts from last Friday. I may not have 5115 calls for much longer. I'm going to be patient with today. Most of the calls that open this morning are already in the money. And despite the big pump in pre-market, it occurred on very low volume. So positionally, I don't think bulls are very strong yet. Remember, all of their gamma and all of their delta kind of collapsed on Friday. So holding 5150 here into the midday is going to be pretty important for continued bullish positioning. Dude, the Discord audio's running. It's working just fine. Are they having like server outages or something? Hmm. My Discord shows that the signal's going through. All right, let me try to reset it. Is it working now? No? Yes? Now it is? Okay. Back to break even hashtag. I need to be more patient on entering positions. Oh, Farmville. You ridiculous son of a bitch. Why do bulls always bull? Yeah, why not? I think the NVIDIA GTC keynote is at some point today. I should probably close my puts on AI, huh? That's kind of tough. Yeah, fuck it. Looks like NVIDIA's headed back to 900. Mm. Momentum topping out on the bull side here. Maybe a little. Hmm. Oh, okay. Interesting. All right. All right, so some of the repositioning here to the upside looks like it's about done. Let me show you guys what that's looking like. That was just an update to this morning. Motherfucker. Hold on. All right. So we got a big pile of puts down at 51.30. Looks like we've got a call wall at 51.45. We can probably kind of fall into that 51, 55, 51.50 range before finding support. Some puts and calls both at 51.70. It kind of drops off at 75. Looks like upside resistance is around 51.80. So we'll look to 50.45. God damn it. For support here as this pulls back a little bit. So they just slam futures overnight to counteract the drop off in Delta. Now, it wasn't just futures, right? I mean, fucking look at tech. Apple gained 45 billion in market cap on 1.5 million in volume. So $30,000 per share bought in the pre-market in market cap. No problem, Rare. Is TUP actually doing anything today? Looks like it's getting a little bit more covering. Not a ton of volume, though. IWM isn't doing that well. Fortunately, TUP doesn't give a shit. XRT's down. TKQQ's up 3%. Google's up 6%. Tesla back to 2%, but IWM dropping. Huh. IWM's not ignoring the inflation expectations. Cap 350. Humana, HD. Meta's up a little bit, but also falling. Who's pulling back a little? All right, let's see. I would say that call set momentum's still pretty decent here. We should be stable above 51.50. Right, that's the whole point of the pump. This market's dumb. I don't want to be a part of it. Why not? SMCI is no longer an IWM from today. Really? Interesting. I think it's in both. I don't think it's out of IWM. I think it's just simply an S&P and an IWM until June, right? Are you waiting for FOMC before doing anything? Probably, yeah. I mean, there's a few things I might do tonight in advance of like the Bank of Japan meeting. The market's great. Just take profits when you're green and stop being greedy. Because the market won't let me see the sweet release of death. I mean, everything's very, very bound to the FOMC decision on Wednesday, so we're going to have to at least wait that out. Commodities up today, though, which is interesting because the dollar, tech, and commodities are all up today. Oil bounced back, gold bounced back, copper bounced back. Huh. VIX down, Russell down. And yields are kind of moving pretty hard here, too. Skew dumped hard on Friday. So people are picking up tail risk hedges. What the fuck was JFresh talking about? Yields were going down. Yields have only gone up this morning. Is it possible for SPX to come down before FOMC? I mean, maybe because the bullish positioning's kind of weak, but I mean, I still think they're going to try to stabilize it as much as they can. 5150 is a much better point of stabilization for the bulls than 5100. Because otherwise they're going to deal with volatility increasing every time we drop a little bit to the downside. He said bonds. Yeah, but he definitely meant UST. Is there a world where JPOW is dovish on Wednesday? Yes. And if that comes to pass, it's gonna be really, really bad. I would say that if the Fed remains dovish and inflation continues on its current trend, we're probably not just gonna get like a recession, right? Because they're gonna ease financial conditions even more if they do that. The little bit of tightening we've gotten over the last month will fall off. The wealth effect is going to become even more exacerbated, and inflation is going to rise, and it's going to rise probably out of their control, leaving them scrambling to get the neutral rate back to neutral. I mean, I don't think they will because of the risk, but they could. They've done every other stupid fucking thing they feasibly could in the last 2 years. How's positioning looking for today? So if you go back in the stream a little bit, I posted an update. Here, I can just show it to you again. Looks like there's support at like 50.45. A little bit of a ramp to the upside to 70 from here. If we lose 50 or 45, we can open up that downside range towards that giant pile of puts at 5130. But we need a lot of profit taking to occur in advance of that. No problem. JPow's gonna retire. The biggest cuck move. So one DTE Condor. You know what? I don't entirely hate the idea. Of like selling a condor or a butterfly into FOMC. It wouldn't be one DT, it'd be two. Although it's not going to benefit from the increase in event vol. Sounds like even a pullback to 50 today seems unlikely if they sell off for some reason. Most of their positioning is on the 0 DTE still, though. And there's a lot of longer dated put positioning that came in prior to today. Like the 5130s, I don't think are only for today. Part of them are. Yeah, part of them are, but not all of them. And there was quite a lot of puts that built up to the downside on Friday. This have a little bit more delta, especially like 5125, 5130. It's possible. I would say if we break 75, then we probably can't break back down through 5150 today. But right now, it's still on the table. Momentum's not reversing, not in any meaningful way. We're still getting a bit of a pump here. So there may be more positioning that's coming in. On ES, we haven't quite tested the upper trend. That comes around 5230, the 5237 mark. So we're still in that like neutral range. Do the longer dated 5200 puts still exist? Yeah, they do. Jesus fucking Christ. TSLY 155% failed to volume? What the fuck is that? I say it's 318. Oh, interesting. That's neato, Carl. How do you think the Fed will respond to the BOJ decision? Well, we don't know what the BOJ decision is yet. But if the BOJ raises rates, I mean that puts the Fed in even more of a pinch, right? To either hold. I mean, I think the only way the Fed can gain control here is by cutting hikes, right? Cutting back the hikes they put on the table. I highly doubt that they would move forward with something as bold as a rate hike. Although super core on like 3-month annualized super core is at like 6.4%, and I think 6-month annualized is like 5.87. And that's the Fed's leading metric of inflation. Probably should be paying attention today to when the keynote speeches are going on at GTC. Keynotes at 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. I mentioned earlier in the Discord, but I'll throw it up here as well. It seems that NVIDIA has published a call buying guide for the event today, which was really nice of them. Are you fucking serious? What's a call buying guide? I was joking. I was inferring that calls on all of the sponsors of GTC would print. Listen, cookies and leche, I know you're new here, but there's layers, okay? Like an onion. The futures is testing 5232 or 5233, which is the bull signal. Bull signal. We haven't actually broken above the like expanding wedge yet. Theoretically, we could fail here. Although the higher high is not a good look. These are usually bullish. They just lack strong downside support, which is how I would describe the options chain right now. Shut up, donkey. Like lasagna? Yeah. Did you ever wake up in the morning and decide it would have been better to have not opened IBKR? No. Every day we're granted the gift of participating in these financial markets is a great day, popcorn trader. Grats on VXARB. I only got out of like half of my contracts at a profit. And the rest were a loss. So the weekend position was kind of a wash. I think I made like $5. Was popping knuckles bad for you? I think there's a lot of mixed studies on that. Some people, or well, there's some indication I think that can lead to like arthritis in old age. What's up? Do you have any opinion on MSTR's leverage position in Bitcoin, the short interest and volatility in the options chain? Do you see any potential plays, especially with the halving coming up? Well, I don't know if the halving's very bullish for for Bitcoin. But as far as MSTR goes, I think most of the money, well, most of the thing that drives the price up is ARB between the price of Bitcoin and MSTR. So a lot of it's just people taking advantage of the arbitrage when Bitcoin pumps. So if you buy like MSTR when Bitcoin's running, there's a good chance that you can make more money than you would if you bought Bitcoin. My guy popped knuckles on one hand and kept the other hand's knuckles unpopped. Did this for a decade. No difference between his hands. That's I don't you don't you don't do a study with one person. Hey Greg, how's Tesla looking? What was it? The NHS or I think it was the NHS did like a study on it, and it showed that there was no increased distribution of arthritis, but it was like grip strength and hand swelling and grip strength were more likely in people that like a loss of hand strength and or grip strength, and swelling in the hands was more likely in people who were habitual knuckle crackers, resulting in functional hand impairment. You can look it up. There's actually a bunch of real studies. What did you call me? So MSTR is better than buying a Bitcoin ETF, theoretically. What are the disadvantages of synth long leaps over share ownership, aside from voting, dividends, and tax treatment? It seems more capital efficient, but I must be missing something here. You have downside risk on a synthetic long. Leveraged downside risk. Exercise my grip plenty enough to offset the negative effects. How many of you people are habitual knuckle crackers? I feel like it's a lot because we're mentioning some studies and everyone's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I crack my knuckles all the time. I'm fine. No, I don't want to do a poll. I don't think people will be honest. That's what knuckles are for. It's like people who bite their. It's disgusting. What a disgusting habit. Habitual knuckle draggers, maybe. Exactly. Did I just find another part of my audience I can eliminate? It's nothing like people chewing on their fingernails. It's close. I won't say it's as bad. I'm gonna do it twice as much now. Good for you. I already explained the ups. Yes, I did. I will admit it. I bite my cuticles. How? Do you just have extremely precise teeth? I wasn't listening. We're trading a bit above the bull signal on futures. Going to test the trend here. I should resize this because it looks weird. Bull should just pump this all the way to 52.25. Just get it done with. I don't have time for this shit. Two, three, four. Ooh. Getting a little bit of upside positioning here. Broke through the defensive puts at 51.70. 80, 85 is still kind of weak, but a lot of calls coming in at 90. Maybe we are just going to pump the whole thing. $52.25 this week, or like in the next hour. I feel like the next hour would be good. Or just today. We'll just do it today, right? Before anybody announces anything. We're almost ready to test last week's high. Which is now the fourth consecutive bounce off of the long-term trend. Ah, that's just brown. I want to buy Apple calls. Don't say anything bad. Why would you choose like the worst performing of all the tech stocks? So when BOJ raises interest rates and we pump on de-risking, and then JPOW is hawkish and we pump on de-risking, what then? Well, then things would be just de-risked and we would fall. $5,200C is only 70 cents. It's pretty cheap. I'm gonna probably wait for a pullback. Well, I'm just not sure I'm gonna get one. Maybe a little one. This looks like it's gonna pull back a little bit. But to where? What if nothing bullish happens at the GTC? Honestly, call buying has been super fucking wonky today. We've had like 3 rounds, big rounds of call buying. But net, it seems overall majority of calls have taken profits. Or, well, at least the majority of call delta today has taken profits. Bulls rugging other bulls. De-risking is a myth. So if BOJ hikes and then JPOW hikes, won't that kind of negate the BOJ? Yeah, except fucking yields are gonna rocket. Yeah, but that also would just be like a declaration of war between the two central banks, right? On the downside, this can if we lose 70, this can pull back to 55. Looks like Nvidia's stair stepping down a little bit more here. There's a ton of short calls at 900 on Nvidia, and I think a lot of them closed this morning, but there still seems to be quite a bit of draw to that strike. I don't know if there's puts there. Maybe those built up last week when it was dumping. Let me take a look. Literally no one cares about the bond market. That's all that matters, Popcorn. As Dork said, I don't think the Fed would telegraph it that quickly. Yeah, I don't think we get a rate hike at this meeting. That would be very, very unlikely. If we got a rate hike in that meeting, at this meeting, it means that the Fed knows something we don't about inflation. If JPOW hikes, that would be a put signal. $5,100p for tomorrow slaughtered. Yeah. I mean, I guess the BOJ could do something tonight that saves it, but it seems unlikely. I think it's safe to assume the Fed knows something we don't about inflation. No. Do they know anything about inflation? That's also a good question. Yeah, there's not a ton of puts on Nvidia at 900. There's a bit. There's some defensive positioning at 59.10. And there's a pretty big put wall at 59.30. Jesus, Nvidia has a really wide range I can trade in on either side of 900. Like to the downside of 900, it can go all the way down to like 85. The upside of 900, it's got a pretty decent ramp up to 930. What did it test this morning at the top? 925. It's got a wider fucking range than the SPX. As all-time high is an inevitability. Well, we're failing this right now. If we lose 70, we could slip back to like 58, like back to the low of the day, maybe even a little lower. It depends. A lot of this bullish positioning is very short dated, right? It doesn't have that big of an impact outside of its immediate gamma. Are you still interested in EXR? I mean, I sold all of it. If it gets cheap again, I'd buy more. Although rising interest rates are not good for them. I will say that shit was awesome though. Like 100, it went like 100 to 165. Good times. I sold out most of mine at like 150, but still. Pot calls to ensure a failure. We at the Fed prefer to change how inflation is calculated instead of acknowledging that it's going back up. The Fed probably, yeah. The problem, well, actually, what's really interesting is in May we're gonna have the healthcare, like the healthcare revision is gonna move forward another year, right, from deflationary to inflationary. So if oil's still holding at like $80 a barrel, that's gonna be a big fucking problem. Now a good time to start DCing into Fubo $2 leaps for Jan 25. Also thoughts on at the money 150 leaps versus $2 leaps. Well, they cost more, but they would go in the money more quickly. I mean, you could. I have some synth longs at 2, not at 150 yet, but I might add some. I'm now unhedged to the upside. It's gonna rocket. I think we're still getting a bit of a pullback here. We'll probably get a bounce somewhere in the middle before pushing into the like 60-55 range. But right now, it kind of looks like we're just rejecting off of the trend on ES. So I'm thinking we could pull back either to like 52.20 or like 52.25. Unless we get like a shitload of call buying. Which is possible. Although that hasn't happened yet. It mostly looks right now like we're getting like in the money profit taking on calls between like 51.15 51.40 taking profits. Tesla's up 5%. Yeah, BOJ hasn't made an announcement yet. It's tonight. The longer beyond drags out, the higher it can go, or does that not matter? No, it shouldn't matter. It's just going to be a question of when additional pressure is applied to the forced covering that's already in effect, right? BNet dying, it's down to 60 cents. I mean, it's down to 60 cents. I don't think there's been any news on if they've been able to obtain financing or not yet. Although their earnings weren't really that terrible. Why did we gape up? Bunch of calls. Bunch of calls and ridiculous pumping on the Mag 7 in the pre-market. I noted earlier that Apple gained $30,000 in market cap per share bought this morning, which is impressive. Just letting it all hang out. Yeah, well, we got the NVIDIA keynote here in a minute. I think it starts at 1 o'clock. Or the GTC keynote speech, which is going to be Jensen holding up a B100 unit, which doesn't exist yet, but are we surprised Putin won? No, not at all. It was a landslide victory. He got like 115% of the vote. He's universally loved by his people. The indicator that displays SPX chart prices on the ES chart is fantastic. It's a little bit inaccurate, actually, but it's okay. That's because the ones that don't love him suicided themselves. Oh, they couldn't bear to be so against the rest of their countrymen. When's the MM gonna tell the bulls to fuck off? It seems like we're kind of blown out. I mean, I think we're seeing like some topping here. We'll probably get a little bit of chop before we see any kind of downside, but it looks like positioning's weakening a little. There's a lot of in the money profit taking. Now, if that rolls up before we pick up any like actual bearish momentum to the downside, then we could pump one more leg up. So if we don't pull back enough, right? And that money rolls up on the chain, then we could keep moving up. But we'll see. I wish the USA could get behind a candidate like that. Must be doing a great job. Over under on Jensen Wang angling the reflection into the camera. Good question. Um, I don't know. Has your stance on Boeing changed over the weekend? No. Why? Why is everyone trying to play Boeing? Is it because they're a critical defense contractor? Do you have the Greeks for Google? Yeah, I do. Google's above DNGN. Looks like Gamma Max is at 155. Nothing really negative unless it falls back below 140. Most of the calls that came in on Google and buying that came in on Google came in this morning. So uh, the accuracy, or well, the relevance of that data is suspect. Yeah, I'm sure Gamma Max has moved higher. Because we love the military industrial complex. Yeah, but Boeing's still fucked in the short term. Because it went down and they want to buy the fucking dip. I hope they lose all their money. They have been. They've been buying the dip since it initially dropped. Like since the first drop to like 243. Bulls have been like, I need to get on this. And then they bought the fuck out of the dip at 200. And now they're going to buy the dip at 180. What went down? A plane, the stock, both? Both. Boomers buying the dip? I think it's Wall Street bets. I think most boomers have owned companies that are getting their pants sued off before and aren't really interested in bag holding Boeing for the next 2 years. Japanese 6-month is up 500%. Yep. The US 10-year is almost above 4.325. It's getting very close. Dollar's up. It's about to test 103.50. There it goes. Bullish. I bought a 322 155 Google Weeklies at 18. Thinking they'd get a rebound, but paper handing on their further drop. Cut losses at 5 cents a contract. They're 107 today. Sorry to hear that, Godfrey. If they're willing to bag hold Boeing, why not bag hold Intel? Because they don't understand what the Chips Act means for Intel. I bought Microsoft and Apple calls to throw my phone at the wall and go for an hour drive. Surely nothing bad could happen, right? Right, Kirk? Wait, wasn't Microsoft down this morning? Did they pump back up? Oh, okay. I know they were down in pre-market. The straight 45 degrees since last year is too similar to a COVID run type of crash. There's some similarities. So double bottom on 170. Otherwise, we're likely to test 55. Yeah, if we break 70, we have a pretty clean shot down to like 60, 55. And we're kind of breaking through 70 right now. I'm not sure that we're not going to get like another pump off of this first. I don't think this was all of it, but it might have been. Let me look. Maybe this is in a position where it could just... That's useless. Hold on. Yeah, maybe that's the full extent of the pump. Longer time frames still aren't that bearish yet, but they're getting a bit more bearish. Look at positioning. Yeah, a little support at 65. Then gamma starts to flatten out under that down to like Almost all the way down to 45. It looks like a bunch of the 5150 calls took profits. But I would say from 5160 to 45 is kind of, yeah, it's pretty defensive. And then to the upside, got a decent number of calls up to 85. After 85, there's like a small ramp up to 5200, but it looks really weak still. This could retest 75 before failing further. The drop off isn't very fast. There's not a lot of volume behind it. God damn it. So I would say, let me think about this. So retest 70. Yeah, I would say if we lose 70, there's a little support here at 65. And then after 65, it's pretty flat. Down to like 5150. But any breaks to the upside at 75, like if we retest 75, I think that'll pin us between 75 and 65. Kind of like that. So we'll see. Either this breaks up or it breaks down, right? It actually could be a good opportunity for like a straddle, because you could take profit on the short position and then see if the call just pushes back into the money. But the moves might not be big enough for either side to print, is the only problem. They might try for 5,200 by the end of the day. Is this a good time to get into Fubo again? It looks like a slaughter to $1. It's being heavily shorted. It hasn't... Most of that shorting has occurred between 175 and 150. It hasn't lost 150 yet, so there seems to be a sufficient number of buyers there. I would say that if IWM falls really hard, then there's a chance that it loses the 150 level. How do you see NVIDIA moving in relation to the sultry summit today? I don't know. You'd figure all the bullish news in the world is already priced into NVIDIA. It's mostly falling to like where the concentration of options locally on the chain are at 900, but it has range to the downside to 885, range to the upside to 930. So pretty broad, actually. I think it could. I mean, depending on what is said, it could either move or dump really, really hard. And if it loses 85, it could drop potentially. Like if it loses the support at 85, I think it's pretty open all the way down to like 850. So the total range is like 930 to 850, which is huge, right? It's fucking $80 range on it for one day. Probably pretty fun. Just massively overpriced. Implied vol on at the money contracts is 95%. BNet short interest, 1.12 million shares. Is that up? I'm thinking I'm gonna roll forward some. Okay, I'm gonna roll forward some of my money from the covered calls into picking up some more shares. They open a 50-cent strike on it yet? Ooh, nice. There's one volume on the 50-cent put. Which one of you fuckers sold that? Was it you, Dork? It's interesting is there's like almost no fucking puts on the chain. It's a lot of calls. 2,800 calls at $1. Huh. $1,300 calls at $1 for October. 15 cents. Holy fuck, that's cheap. I'm not gonna be the one to run this stock to $9. $11-1 puts a call, calls a puts. I took some profit on Beyond when it tested 9. Looking for reposition reentry for June calls around 8. Average down if we. What's that say? Hit 750. Decent targets? Yeah, it seems fine. I don't dislike that. Today's been a little rough on Beyond, but it looks like they're running out of short liquidity pretty fast. Man, I wish at the money calls on the video weren't $3,000. I'd probably be more interested in playing it. Ooh, IWM's got a nice little bounce. It's breadth picking up as the index falls. Yes. You know what's interesting? Cash VIX is only down 0.49. But VX1 is down 273 BPS. There's still a big reduction in the negative correlation, or increase in correlation. It's probably a better way of putting it. Wheat prices drops. Yields are still just pushing up too, which is weird. But There they go. Bond market doesn't give a fuck about treasuries. They're gonna price, or about equities. They're gonna price in the risk from the BOJ one way or another. Look at volume in relation to the previous candle or against average volume. On what? You gotta be more specific. You don't have to look at volume relative to anything. Why do you need a baseline? SPX wants it. Eh. Why could the BOJ announcement have such a big impact on the market? Because there's a shitload of money leveraged into the USD JPY carry trade. Specifically, it allows banks to lend against the spread between interest rates of the two central banks, one of whose rates is one of whom's rates is negative, and the other is very positive. This allows us to keep our credit markets liquid despite the tightening by the Fed. What's up with Express? I don't know. They're up a little bit today. I think they're also seeking financing. Running into that big maturity wall, we're going to see a lot of companies go under. It's not really crime. You getting your hole prepped, Jackson? We're only 6 months out. Always ready. Nice. Well, failed to break up to 75. The video lost 900. I should buy some more gold calls while it's cheap, huh? Interesting. Delta's dropping off a little bit, and puts are starting to pick up, but not substantially. I think mostly we're seeing calls fall off here. If we lose like 68, it gets a little worse. And then a lot worse if we lose 65. I feel like the failed breakout there has some significance. That's interesting. IWM $2 put, 202 put. I don't think there's any important data today at all. They have a 3 and a 6 month bill in 30 minutes. And then that's it. Slow fail of 70. It's a strong support. Does Express earnings today? Maybe. No, their earnings was. Well, I don't know. I don't think so. TradingView says today. WeBull says the 22nd. Just check their investor relations website. So up happened with gamma downs from Friday, with new ones in today, but maybe not tonight. Asia news. What the fuck did you just say to me? So up happened with gamma downs from Friday, with new ones in today. What? I don't know what the fuck that means, man. Were the SPX downs FOMC? It was either going to be today or FOMC. And we got bullish positioning that came in this morning, right? So this should be stabilized until the FOMC meeting at this point. I can't see any reason for bears to get super aggressive before then. I guess if BOJ surprises tonight or something, but other than that. You don't have to update me on your status, Cookies and Leche. I don't see it, but they're having a nice sale. I might grab some shirts. I think he's saying all the pump was bought in pre-market, but probably won't get the same open tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow's going to be heavily dependent on what the BOJ says tonight, right? If the BOJ doesn't make a move on monetary policy tonight, we're probably going to see yields and dollar up a little bit. I would imagine that that won't have the most bullish effect on indexes. But it might tighten financial conditions a little bit. If they move the rate up, that might get kind of interesting. We'll definitely see a bump in yen if that happens, and then probably in JGBs as well. And then I'd imagine that participants in the carry trade are going to start buying up JGBs and trying to push the yields down in an effort to control the rate. I talked about this a bunch last night in the write up, but going to a zero, like a rate range versus just going positive, is actually fucking genius, right? Because if anybody wants to participate in the carry trade, right, and they want to keep the rate as close to zero as possible, then this forces banks to conduct YCC on behalf of the BOJ. So the BOJ gets their 0% rate, but they don't have to pay to keep the yen down or up. Yields down. They don't have to pay to keep yields down. Yen up. I don't know if I'm turned on or disgusted by the stream card, but I'm definitely intrigued. JPO has rarely done what's expected of him. No, he's actually, I think almost every Fed decision, we've pretty much predicted exactly what JPO would do. The problem is he very rarely does what he should do. So he hasn't very often done the thing that would be most beneficial to the US economy, and has frequently done the thing that would be most beneficial to US markets. So if the USA had a UEDA, then the economy would already be saved in North America. No, not at all. Japan's economy is super fucked, but this move is very intelligent. It saves their reserves, foists the responsibility of YCC off onto the carry trade participants, and keeps them from having to create too much volatility in the currency markets. It's a bitch move still, but it's a more intelligent bitch move. Why would we fill the gap? We lost 68. That's kind of cool. Yeah, NVIDIA failed 900 a little while. We said that when it happened. No worries, DZ. It's kind of hard to articulate how badly he's fucked our economy. I don't think anybody is really talking about the terrible position the Fed has put themselves in. I said the industry greater than scars. It is. Yeah, you're not wrong. But it's really far away. Like the industry, you have to go to Brooklyn, which you have to factor into it. Fuck you, Bob. Future fuel? Curious to hear your thoughts on it. They declared a 250 special dividend payable April 10th. Small biofuel and chemical maker. Sounds like they got a bunch of extra money. I've got to manage a bunch of puts right now, but I'll if you remind me in like when it slows down, I'll check them out. Wait, did they open a new location in Manhattan? No, right? West Village? Holy shit. I didn't even know that. That's fucking awesome. Well, Scars is no longer my favorite pizza in Manhattan. Usurped. When the fuck did that open? Dude, I literally went to fucking Brooklyn last week to get pizza there. Ooh. Went through around Feb 9th, so since then at least. I'm gonna get so fat. Holy shit, that's bad. I wonder if I can order it. Why is NYCB down 800 bips? Because it's a shitty failing bank. I should have bought a lot more of these. They're already up like almost 100%. Alright. Bearish momentum's kind of slowing down a little bit here at 65. We might get a little bounce and then one more push. Like, how long? 20 minutes? Around 11:30. $10. Yeah, so that should be pretty spot on. Put volume looks to be increasing. I don't know if it's sold. It probably is. I could tell you if you give me a second. Yeah, puts are being sold here. At least the last couple of minutes. Since like 11:15. So the last like 5 minutes. Delta's really like overall dealer Delta's really close to slipping negative on the day. There's a lot of in the money profit taking going on. And it's been pretty consistent. The supportive bullish positioning is not all that supportive. Yeah, I know. JJS just told me that there's a industry in the Lower East Side now. Or West. Well, he said West Village. Where is it? It's Christopher Street. So not Lower East Side, Lower West Side. That's a great name for a street. Okay, Christopher. Hold on. This keeps moving. How do I stop that? I don't want any of the axes to be auto. Axes. Magnet mode? No. What are these features? Why are they always unavailable? Ah. Turn time off. Then I can draw it, right? What did I sell those for? 40? Hmm. I feel like QQQ might be better here. Look at the TLT on the 5-minute. What a beautiful bear flag. Bond traders still know how TA works. Legit best pizza I've ever eaten. I preferred the cheese over the burrata. Yeah, their pizza's fucking awesome. It's not really like New York style, but it's cool because it's like a mix between like Neapolitan pizza and New York style pizza. And it's really well done. You're expecting short term downs, end of day pump. So I think we have one more downside push in this against that 165 test. And then whatever, well, it'll depend on if we break that or not. I like that we haven't retested 70 to the upside yet. Mm, 93. Yeah, holding under 168 is kind of important here because we're not getting the gamma hedge that would pick up and test 70 isn't coming into play. This should be about the end of this consolidation. All right, it's 11:30. Let's see what happens. Ball's picking up a bit. You're gonna miss the Metropolitan pizza across the street when you move to your 6 freezer capable apartment. Someone call the market mean things so it goes away. That's not real. Gherkin, you sassy little stonk goddess. I know. Give it a second. We just broke 65 a little bit. We really want to lose like 63.50, 63. Ooh, actually, kind of are losing it. Maybe we don't need to go that low. A little more put positioning. 20% on QQQ. Thanks, Skirk. Nice, man. Not really scalping, but sure. My 5150 is going down in value on this drop. Fuck the bulls, man. Stop buying shit that's $20 out of the money. There we go. Nice. Ah. Yeah, not too bad. 112 and filled 128. Hmm. Supportive. Test. Bouncing back to test 65, but if it fails, it'll probably keep dropping. Like a stop loss hunt. Sold some QQQ 4041, 4042 bear call spread for Thursday. Wondering what to look for today. If there will be a reversal, return to highs. Thanks. There very well could be. There's the NVIDIA keynote later, which could be quite bullish, right? Pretty bad if that regains 65. As long as it continues to fail, not so bad, but move this down. That's not good. Can't be that much capitulation there, right? Hmm. Yes. Yeah, still looks like it's kind of breaking down. Still looking for that. Yes, like 52.22 or 52.19 test. Might take a minute though. I made 39% of that dip. Thanks, Gherkin. No problem, man. How is it not going to be nothing but full bull on NVIDIA after that? Well, we don't know what they're going to say. And the things they say might not be bullish. I mean, generally speaking, they should be, right? But a lot of the bullishness is already priced in. And this is the first few hours. What's going on? A bunch of zero DTA call buying into market open. Big early morning pump. That's mostly fallen off throughout the day. But I think bulls are just trying to stabilize into FOMC as much as they can. Holding the 5150 level is really important for them. I don't think we're gonna get to 5100 end of day. Something bad would have to happen. I lost my house in that dip. Thanks, Gherkin. JK. You know the NVIDIA thing is 1 p.m. Pacific? Oh, is it? Stupid. Okay, so 3 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Wait, really? Well, I don't have to worry about it. Hold on, let me double check. GTC. Presentations. No. God damn it. Son of a bitch. GTC. Agenda. Schedule. Where the fuck does it have the time zone? I'm looking at the schedule and it doesn't say anything about the time zone. I mean, I know it's in San Jose, so I'm just gonna assume that it's from 4 to 7 Eastern. No opinion on FF yet. Don't worry, Hugh. I hope Raimondo comes out 5 minutes after the B100 announcement to ban China sales. They're already banned. I think that Tesla has more room up. Yeah, I said yesterday, I think like 75. Yeah, 75 is the next like important resistance, provided capitulation continues on the put side. 75, 76, right in here. But possibly as high as 80, like retest. If TSLY comes off reg show, Tesla might rip. Starting to broaden a bit. Let's see how momentum's looking here. Might start coming down here off of this rejection. Yes, got a little volume there. Watch out though, because we could just find support at the same level again. Dollar's creeping up, 103.53 now. So back above the 103.50 level. Yields are still moving up. 10 years at 4.33. Correlation's starting to turn positive again. So dispersion's breaking down a little bit. Interesting. Ooh. Oh, we've just priced out like another 2 points on the rate cuts. Hmm. Did Tesla do the reverse split yet? I heard they were going to do one. I don't know, but they should. Why did you make the Fidelity app even worse? What did I do? Have ETFs ruined the market? Yes. Statements like if TSMY comes off reg show, Tesla could rip are super lame. Well, you know, they provide lots of synthetic leverage and liquidity. What are you going to do? They improve efficiency in the market, sort of. Or at least they centralize pockets of inefficiency to short time periods. What are those like gravity elevators called? They have them at like hydroelectric dams, and while the dam is running, it like takes this massive weight and it pulls it up. And then when the dam's off, the weight slowly drops and continues to turn the turbines. Mechanical battery. Yeah, think of ETFs like that. A Ziblet. That's what it is. Thanks, Dork. They do that in old mine shafts too. Yeah. Yeah, so ETFs kind of act that way, right? They soak up all the volatility, right? And then every once in a while, they produce a bunch of volatility. I would like it if this would drop more than 62. Fuck you, market. Keep going down, you bitch. I think it's called a gravity bong. Would a positive rate from the BOJ tonight have any strong immediate effect on USD JPY? Yes. Trying to decide whether to start going long yen now or hold off. You got about a 57% chance that they announce a positive rate. Here's the deal. If they announce 0 to 10.1, it's probably not going to have a huge effect. Unless you're long JGBs. And a lot of that's already getting priced in today. Yo, Glorp, I just got off the phone with Kenny. He said, no, you. That son of a bitch. Is NVIDIA dead? I mean, it's falling back to its support level. Remember earlier when I said it could drop down to like 885? Here you are. I'm logged VHS tapes. Nice. Again, really unfortunate that at the money calls on NVIDIA are $3,000. I mean, if Japan goes to 0, which is not a positive rate. I didn't say non-negative. I said positive. If Japan goes to a strictly positive rate, it will absolutely have an impact. So if they go to 0.1 tonight, that would be very detrimental. It's a small move, but as far as leverage is concerned, it's quite large. 0 is not a positive rate, popcorn trader. What if Japan says 5% rate increase? The US Treasury market crashes. Is it ridiculous that the 51.55, 51.60 is $2? Kind of. Are we gonna push into the gap here? That'd be fucking spicy. There's still a lot of puts at 51.30. We have to lose 50 though. 50's still a long way away. Ooh, 880. Is Nvidia gonna drop to 850? Hold on, I need to look at something. What if Japan says AI? I mean, Nikkei is already on the moon. Still support at 50. Hold on. I want to see if Nvidia is going to fall further. Close my. Japan's going to come out and say 0 is in fact a positive number. Ridiculous. Nvidia pumps. Isn't SPY gonna pump also? Well, that's why I'm looking at Nvidia. Well, QQQ more so, but yes. Alright, so there's a little bit of support on Nvidia at 880. If Nvidia loses 880, it could actually fall to 850. It's kind of like a double bottom, right? How much is a fucking 900 on this thing? Jesus fucking Christ. Sell the vol. $20. Could get the 880, 900 for 860. It's very tempting. Can Nvidia say anything bearish tonight? Oh, but Bank of Japan. $85,905. Somehow the 900, 930 is more expensive than the fucking at the money vertical. It's just fucking ridiculous. Jesus, man. Nvidia options are so fucking overpriced. Full self-driving graphics cards are coming any day now. Oh, Jesus. Elon, hey, that's my grift. TLT ripping downwards. Yeah, yeah. It was a good short last week. You guys still in it? Japan's new rate is giving the square root of -1. I wonder how I can trim the price down but maximize exposure. I got the 250 spread on NVIDIA at 890. Jesus Christ, it's the same price all the way up. Look at this. No, I want to buy it at the bid. Like that. So support at 58 on S&P. Oh. Mm-hmm. 59. Soxel? Mm. Ooh. $43.48 with $1.50. It's not quite as good as if I get the fill on NVIDIA. Oh, never mind. NVIDIA's losing 880. It's actually super fucking bearish. There's some volume too. Is that the support? Maybe the 5 white has better fills. You get that for 150. It's too much money. Fucking same price across the whole range. 900, 420 and 1,000. That's not very good either. Hmm. NVIDIA disappoints at conference, causes Black Monday, Tuesday. I mean, BOJ can still turn it into Black Monday. If you really want it. How's Tesla doing? It's up a little bit. I think it's up like 5% or something, 6%. Bounced off support. Stop playing calls. My baby birds don't like it, but I want to be bullish on NVIDIA saying things to idiots tonight. Right? Holy shit. It's so expensive. It's got to be some mispricing here, right? But where? God, that sucks. How do people make money on this? Fuck that. Play something else. Micron. Guys, I have great news. I lost 18K last year. So I have 6 years of 3K deductions. Well, if you sell your house and make a capital gain, you can reduce it by the full amount of your loss, Farmville. Not that anybody would ever buy your wasp infested house of horrors, but you know, Listed as a fixer-upper. Needs some TLC. Well, it looks like I'm not playing Micron either. When's their earnings? $95, 100, it's 170. What the fuck? Just buy the fucking call at that point. Hmm. Yeah, I know the dollar's at 103. No one seems to give a shit. The 10-year is almost at 4.4. Nice. This should be turning kind of bullish. Let's just go 15 wide SPX 6580. At least these are moderately priced. Did you cancel my fucking order? Fuck off. Unfucking believable. Check the ad. Hmm. All right, if we pop above 65 here, we got to ramp back up to 70, 75. I probably should have just sold the put there. Yeah, whatever. I don't believe in this bounce. You should. Just like I should have bought a call on Micron, even though it was overpriced. Anyway. This is lame. Wind direction. What the fuck do you call this? That's a diamond top. No. Ooh, interesting. Rejection on 65 and vol picking up. It's a pretty small window for an upside move here, but it does look like momentum's starting to turn favorably. We might get some chop at 65 because it's a resistance now instead of a support. But ES looks like it found support at that 52.22 level that we were talking about earlier. Even a little higher, actually. So higher low on the ES. It's barely. It's like one tick, but it is technically a higher low. 52.23 versus 52.2250. So you actually have like a bit of an uptrend here. Unless we fell through it a little. I don't think there's any point in pointing this one out, but that's also an uptrend. Gross. Another shoulder? Or is this gonna be the shoulder? Boop. It's like halfway into Tuesday. Tuesday, 2 a.m. Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's not a megaphone yet. Why Micron? Doesn't matter, too late. Don't you want to bet that 99% of this 55,000 puts at 5150 were sold? Oh, a bunch of the puts at 5150 were sold, but the puts at 5130 I think are long. They're bleeding off though. Tesla 162p expiring Friday. I heard you mention a chart from Carl earlier. Are you expecting Tesla to maintain a higher value, or is a dump on Wednesday more likely? I'm down 80%. Well, you should have sold it when you were up 80%. Um, Tesla found support on the bottom of its long-term trend and bounced today, but it found support over the last 2 days. I probably wouldn't have carried a put into the weekend. If Tesla fails to test 75 and rejects, it could pull back to the trend. But it looks like there's a bit of bearish capitulation here, and it could keep moving up to like 180. Someone on Wall Street Bet sold a Nvidia 385 call and wondered why it got assigned. Seriously? I mean, they might not have lost any money though. Did they sell it when the price was higher? They sold it months ago and held from the comments. Oh, Jesus. Stupid. Can Google test 140 today or tomorrow? It's pretty unlikely. It'd be a very large breakdown. They're rejected off 152. Gamma Max is at 155. Nothing on Google looks bearish unless it falls back under 140. I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily fuck with it, especially after today's Apple announcement. Like the guy who sold box spreads on Spy got assigned. That's fucking awesome. If J-Hope hikes, would that cause the yield curve to uninvert or stay inverted? It would probably stay inverted, but we might see yields at the back end drop. So like the 10, 20, 30 might come down a little. That'll depend on guidance, right? If there's like no rate cuts and he hikes rates, all the yields are gonna rip. But if he's like, oh, we're gonna cut, we're gonna consider cuts in June and December, but we're gonna hike right now, that might cause the back end to fall. Yeah, maybe. I don't think it would uninvert, but it might get closer. Like you might get the bull steepener a bit. How large is your Reddit position? I'm not buying that shit at pre-IPO prices. This is a perfect setup for a dump. Money's moving into other markets all day after a gap up on equities. What markets is money moving into? What do you think about AMKBY now? I bought some when it dropped under 7, and I'm going to buy more if it drops under 6. Just know that it could go as low as 5, maybe even 450. If there's a recession, the price of it's gonna fucking tank. I wouldn't be too aggressive with DCAing at these prices. We need to see the data. Rates are significantly restrictive. See you at the next meeting. Rates are not restrictive. That's the problem. They're definitively not restrictive. And if he doesn't do something, inflation's gonna get really bad. Like bad enough that we're gonna have to bring rates up to like 7 or 9%. Remember that inflation's like inflationary pressures for CPI and Supercore are gonna get worse in May. Pretty significantly, because the only thing that's still deflationary is is healthcare costs, and those are going to become inflationary. What do you mean if there's going to be a recession? Do you mean if the recession is publicly acknowledged instead? I mean, right now we're still using like fiscal spending to push our way out of a recession. So it's still an if, not just acknowledged. Like the deficit spend is keeping our GDP sky high. Like right now, NGDP is still like 6% on the year. QQQ failed VWAP again. Yeah. A little weakness in the upside move. I don't think it's enough for it to matter, but I mean, calls will get cheaper. But interesting. Interesting that it failed. There they go. Buying Delta to pump themselves back over positive. The in the money call selling is mostly stopped. And that was a pretty big bump in Delta. They'll try to push themselves out of this hole. Momentum's starting to favor them too. Maybe a little bit more chop before we get like a stronger upside move, but I would say we're getting pretty close to momentum turning bullish. Couple more of those like 50,000, $100,000 Delta buy-ins, and the negative trend here will flip. Couldn't talk my BTC investor roommate into taking profits over 70K. Can't save them all. Maybe he'll get lucky. You don't think we can get that big end of day pump with people hedging into the NVIDIA Bull Conference? We could. I didn't say we couldn't. Why would anybody be bullish going into FOMC? It's not about being bullish going into FOMC. It's about getting indexes to a price where they can enter stable neutral positioning on the back of their old positioning. They don't want to enter neutral positioning at 5100 right next to all their short puts. Every time we drop, VIX will spike. So pumping it up to a range where they have a safety net is important. That's why we're not just like rocketing to the moon, right? It's just, you know, they regained 5150 and they're trying to build up a supportive positioning here. What do you think it could realistically go today? 80? 80 might be a bit of a stretch. 70, 75 doesn't seem out of reach. I'm not sure we could hit 80. Maybe we could. I would say if we do, though, that would be like tail end of the day. That's gonna take a little bit of pumpies. Pretty consistent failures there. Is that put buying or is it call selling? This range not so great for the bulls. Over 65, they start to pick up more gamma. Everything's still pretty defensive to the downside. Plenty of calls at 45, 50, 55. 60 is kind of just a weak area. And then the call wall above us at 65 is acting as a resistance for now. However, if it goes in the money, it's going to be a different story. Is FUBO a good price to buy at the moment? I mean, it's historically cheap. I feel like most of the success people have found with FUBO has been selling options on it. If that's something that you're willing to do, generally speaking, the yields are pretty decent. You have to be kind of patient on entries. They don't come very often, but when they do show up, you can make a good bit of money off of it. How far out are your FUBO synth longs? 2025? I mean, I guess if I needed more theta, I could roll them, but I don't see any reason to. Pretty good ratio on leverage for them right now. I think it's like a little over 2-to-1. Do you think BTU is stable here? Is there more pullback? I think the news out of China should have been pretty good for them last night. Industrial production's picking up, which means that manufacturing's ramping up, and then power demand should increase, and that should be pretty bullish for BTU. So we talked about how if China's data was bad last night, BTU could fall. I mean, it hasn't, right? It found support and it's bouncing. So that's pretty good, right? And staying within the trend, like its long-term trend. I want to go with what you said. Bought a Google 147p at the top. Looking good to dump. Okay. I mean, it's just remember that if it bounces, it can bounce right back up to like 152 or higher very, very quickly. It's in a positive gamma environment. Don't add to BNED until reverse split. If they reverse split, they may get funding before that. If they manage to lock in like a revolving facility or a loan, or they're able to get away with a bond offering or a shelf offer, there's a possibility they won't need to do a reverse split. Like if they're fairly well capitalized and their debt isn't as an immediate of a threat, I think their share price would probably go up. What happened to the positive gamma pump on SPX? What? What are you talking about? Looking stable at 5160? Yeah. The price would need to double with that funding, though, and then still would be barely over $1. It depends on how. I mean, it would depend heavily on how beneficial the funding was to them and how much money they got. But if they got enough, the price could more than double. The market isn't doing exactly what I want it to do within 5 minutes of me buying a position, so I'm whining. Can you take that somewhere else, though? The predictions for this week, is DN a realistic figure, or were you guys just joking? I mean, I was pretty serious if Powell's super fucking hawkish. DN's at about 48.81 right now. I guess most of that is gonna require that 5,000 is lost. But if 5,000 is lost, yeah, I don't think DN's that big of a stretch. Has there ever been a company that performs a reverse split that actually survives? Yeah. Yeah, I see that VIX is going up. Mm. Still losing a little bit of momentum. It's not that bad, though. And there's still defensive call positioning to the downside. Still just bullish consolidation, but in a slightly higher range, right? We're not seeing a lot of, you know what we're not seeing? We're not seeing a lot of put selling. Like, there's been very little put selling today, but we're still getting some call buying here. Doesn't look like bulls have given up in any substantial way. Biggest problem is Delta on the dealer side is still kind of negative. Futures, I don't know, maybe someone's dumping bags. Still looks like it's forming a higher low for now. You're bullish and you gave up after a $3 drop? It doesn't sound like you believe in the bulls. We're not above VN right now. I picked up another 25k BNED. It may be a paper account, but these hands are diamond. Broker accidentally places the order. Price surges to 75 cents. They're scared to sell the puts, even though it's safe to. They're scared to sell the puts because they don't want to increase their Vega exposure going into the BOJ decision and FOMC. You don't want to increase your risk going into huge, potentially highly volatile binary events. Unless you're in the pickle jar. Am I sold 70C safe? Probably not. Do you plan on closing them at any point? Did you sell them at the top? Why haven't you closed them already? You guys don't have fucking PDT. It's almost like these guys have a lot of money at risk and don't want to lose it. No, they don't. There's like 141,000 sold puts at 5,100. And another like 43,000 at 5,125. And another 127,000 at 5,150. They really don't want to lose any of those levels. Because if they do, that opens them up to the potential of losing 5,000, which has 690,000 sold puts. So wait, you closed a sold 70C and then reopened it on the downside? What is wrong? This is why you're bad at trading. Theo, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. They'll sell more vol before that happens if they need to. I think they're de-risking the 5,000 a little bit. The OI there is dropped off by like 50,000 since Friday's close. Hashtag winning. Like there was a really good opportunity to sell 170s today. And that was like up here, right? But then there hasn't been another opportunity to sell a 170 the rest of the day. Some opportunities to close 170s. Not open them. Puts are calls aren't going to get more expensive. Across how many expirations? The whole chain. Both chains combined in the whole thing. A chunk of them fall off at the end of this month. I just sold 5160 puts just a bit ago. Yeah, I kind of want to do that too, but I don't like the 60. I wanted to sell the 55-50 spread, but we didn't drop low enough to get the fill. 60 might be okay. If you don't have PDT and you get a chance to close it today, it might actually be completely fine, but I prefer the 55-50 spread. I just haven't gotten a chance to open it. I sold the 5150 for tomorrow. Okay, that's fucking risky. Do you have like a hedge or something on that? Or is it just like one spread and not a big deal? SCSW got it, I think. Alright. That's good. A little bit of a double bottom here with a higher low on the second test. Carvana popped again today. Thoughts on entering another short if we retest 83 again? Feels like this one should be heavily impacted by the FOMC decision. Yeah, actually, Carvana's one of the picks that I didn't get to write about last night yet. Although I still think it's probably prudent to wait till after the BOJ decision. Tuesday will be the best day to enter things for FOMC because we'll have 50% of the information we need for the week, right? Higher low, but also lower high. Yeah, just consolidation. Okay, this might be a good opportunity to sell the put. Maybe I'll sell one on here. Ah. Fuck me. Can we dump a little? Maybe test 50? Okay. 55? Let's see where we have support. 55. 50. So test 50. 50, 45. Hmm. 160. So if I could sell those for 2, that'd be cool. So 1 at 2, 1 at 250. 250. Nvidia's dumping again. Hmm. Yeah, regardless of S&P positioning, QQQ's selling off really hard. Black Monday? I don't think so. Although those puts at 51.30 haven't gone anywhere. Maybe I should be a little more discerning. Wonder why those puts are still there. What price do we see Nvidia 900 risk off? With the event tonight, they'll probably never fucking close. Because they're fucking idiots. You know Friday when Nvidia like dumped back to like 875? Bulls kept buying 900 calls like all the way up to like 15 minutes before close. Hmm. Pump it? They're not really trying. Delta's kind of flattened off here a little bit, but it's negative. It's not good. Hmm. Let's see. 45, 50, 60, 70, 75. Ooh, interesting. 5180 puts. Someone bought a bunch of them. Chad Bear. Yeah. That's kind of sexy. $3,000? That can't be a bear. They aren't real. But they're not. I don't think they're sold. The market maker dumped a bunch of Delta when they came in, so yeah, I highly doubt they're sold. How to get that Dex? Or fucking crush the call side gamma. If this is gonna be a new dynamic of bears buying in the money fucking puts, like surprise, I'm really gonna hate the next couple of days. I mean, 5130 would still be green on the day, so not a strange target. No, and there is a obscene number of puts at that strike. It's not insane, but it is still well defended. There goes Nvidia again. Yeah, Nvidia's falling to levels where it really doesn't have support. Like after 80, 85 on or 80 on Nvidia, gamma starts to really like flatten out, and then it turns negative just below 75. So if Nvidia loses this, I mean, it kind of opens up the entire range back down to 850. Apple's dumping. Google's starting to sell off more. Amazon selling off. Microsoft actually is just fine. And Meta's still pushing up. Netflix looks good. Hmm. Ooh, there's a dividend on QQQ today. Interesting. Tesla, yeah, Tesla's pumping. I mean, I assume the gap fill is what the 5130s are hanging on for. No, I don't have Tesla leaps. I closed my Tesla puts last week. But no calls. Why would I buy calls on that piece of shit? Kathy Wood bought 32 million shares, so it's going to zero. Good to know. Who the fuck is still giving her money to invest? How's Kathy Wood's fund still solvent when she's taking the losing trade for liquidity? Just making fees on all those AP transactions. Important levels for Tesla to lose? That's probably something we should look at, right? God, everything's bad. Fucking gamma neutral's at 78. Yeah, any of them. Yeah, any rejection is theoretically really bad on Tesla. Should I average this down? Here come the bulls again. Selling some puts, finally. Just not very many of them. Testing the waters. Alright, that's the... We got the 52-19-25 test now, too. If we lose this, that's super fucking bearish. At least from a futures perspective. This would definitely be where bulls want to bounce. Let's see. Yeah. pretty strong sellers at 52.30 on ES. Bullish support at 52.23. Well, 52.20. 17.50 through 20. The Bears are sitting around 52.23. V time? They're gonna need to try. They don't want to lose this level. It'd be pretty bad. I think they're trying. Lower high, and the lower high marked at the beginning of the week is like technically super fucking bearish. Like out here, if we just consider like the TA, right, and the support resistance levels, this is a lower high than last week, right? And if we go out to the weekly, this is really fucking bad. If that's our high for the week, and we marked it on Monday, that's super fucking bearish. No, I didn't sell the 55.50. Yeah, I didn't like the setup. Also, I didn't. I mean, I still have a few of them for sale, but I'm not getting the credit I want for them. Pretty unwilling to take on that risk for less than like 50%. All right, bulls are pushing back. I mean, I don't know if it's V time, but push back up to a more stable level, maybe. We'll see how far they can carry it. They've got a little bit of a vol short going. I would say maybe a 65 test. Still a decent number of calls at 70. The upside on ES isn't all that well defended. And we still have a lot of buyers sub 52.20. What's Tup doing? Same fucking price all fucking day. Lame. DM maybe sus, maybe not. Yeah, that's old news. I did a whole write-up on that last night. Oh god. Boogie the board, if you're listening, your Discord got hacked. Don't worry, Nvidia will start tanking, then Jensen will scream blood-curdling AI 500 times in the mic, and Nvidia to 3,000. We'll see. I can't tell you the number of like Tesla and Apple events where everybody's been bullish as fuck, and then the event just simply didn't meet expectations. Hmm. You know, the most interesting thing about today is correlation's still breaking down and yields are shooting up. So's dollar. Like, dollar's up a lot. None of that is particularly bullish, but the positioning's still fighting, so we'll see. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Oh, goody. Nothing exciting has happened. Let's see. Building up some support on futures. Positions are moving up to like 52.20 a bit. So we got a little bit of buyers here. I would say that this looks stable, but not quite bullish yet. Momentum's still kind of wonky, alternating between bullish and bearish. That's really strange. Hope he wears a NASCAR type bodysuit that shows the logo of all the companies that bought H100s. It would just be a NVIDIA suit because NVIDIA funded the purchase of all their own cards. Hey girl, when are they going to remove copper from the CPI? PPI? Never. It's a like critical manufacturing component. Just dropping by to ask what you think GME run to in best case circumstances for earnings. I know 17-18 was tops last earnings. Do you see breaking that with Q4? I don't think their earnings matter. All that matters is Gamma Max, right? Gamma Max on GME is at 23. Also, GME doesn't look particularly bullish at all right now. It looks like shit. It looks like shit, and XRT is not on Reg Show. So I'm not sure the chances of it actually running are very good. Even if it beats, it can get shorted right back down. There's a ton of liquidity available. Oh, goddamn. Tiny bullish boner. Somehow the bulls returned. They never left. Are my sold 70C safe? Stop selling $70 calls when we're trading at 50. Have you ever seen the AJ? Have you ever seen the movie A Fish Called Wanda? You know what you need to do to get my liquidity? Whisper sweet nothings into your ear. Classic fishing movie. I have zero stress. I just didn't buy them back. Why? Do you not like free money? Because I sold bull puts. You know you can still close the calls though. Would UTA going to positive rates drop the market instantaneously? It could be very bad. But I think we've already established that they're not likely to go to an actual positive rate policy. But if they surprised, potentially. Dropping about ask what you think GME can run to. Best case circumstances for earnings. I answered you when you asked before. God damn it. Gamma Max is at 23. GME looks like shit. XRT is not on Reg Show. Are my 5170 calls safe? I bought them from some joke. Ooh, failed the 60 test. No, we didn't. We failed the 62 test, which is very different than failing the 60 test. They opened up futures trading on WeBull. I was able to activate it last night. You mean sign up for the waitlist? I still don't think you can actually trade futures. I want to short Nikkei, Gherk. EWJ, maybe. I think that still has some volume. One second. No, actually trading futures, they opened it up. Oh shit. Why are the fucking quotes delayed? Not available. Hmm. I'll fuck with that in a minute. I gotta figure it out. Is there some shit I need to fucking fill out here? You guys want more money? How does this work? Alright. Settings. Do you have to make like a new account? Hold on. There's the 60 fail. Now just fail more. We'll see. Um, Hmm. The Bulls are going to win with cheaper calls when they start buying them. I don't think the Bulls have bought any calls yet. Yeah. No, not really. They're selling puts, but they're not really buying any calls. It's like just support at 55 again. Mm. 65 still resistance. Probably just a lot of chop, right? I guess higher low here would be slightly bullish. Futures sold off pretty hard on the 52.27 test. Not a crazy amount of volume, though. Hold on, I'm doing important things. I'm trying to figure out how to set up futures trading on here. Bearish? Not really. Are you guys gonna ask me every time we move $5 whether it's bearish or bullish? Because that's all that's happened for the last like 2 hours. Bearish, right? And then bullish. And then bearish again. It's just... it's the fucking same shit. How many people do you think are going to experience their first forced liquidations soon after applying for futures on WeBull? All of them. I don't know. I'm sure they have bracket orders, right? It's probably not that big of a deal. All right, menu, settings. No. Piece of shit. Futures. God damn it. I can't figure it out. How much do you want to bet that not a single person in chat will utilize bracket orders? That's crazy. Who would just nakedly expose themselves to futures without a bracket order? What's a bracket order? Take profit, stop loss, built in. No, having a negative beta is conditional. Having historically negative beta doesn't mean that it will have future negative beta. Sus. Would you generally view it that way? Yes. I mean, in the event of like a market crash or correction, a lot of stocks that have negative beta still drop. They may not drop as much as the rest of the market. Even I use bracket orders. Hmm. Are these sell-offs de-risking? They could be, yeah. The accompanying vol spikes seem to indicate that they probably are. Will the ridiculous persistence of bulls be rewarded? Stay tuned and find out. Oh, let's see. Where's support? Yes. A little bit of buy-side support on ES. Not a lot. 52.22 was kind of resistance on the short side. 22 and then 22.2750. Maybe we could slip back to 52.1750. See if we get some downward consolidation off of this. Another bullish push. All right. God, I really want to figure out how to trade futures. Nothing. Forex futures can be cash settled or settled in the physical delivery of the currency. Mobile YouTube is such a piece of shit. It keeps randomly freezing. I think it wants to prevent me from hearing your beautiful baritone voice. Should I cave and get premium? I don't know. I've never bought it. $12 KOI for the 1150 calls this week. Indicative of something? A lot of short calls are going to fall off the chain this week. I don't think those are long calls. Yeah, there should be enough money in here for margin requirements. I have... let's see. Yep. Is it the top end? Maybe. We'll see. Bulls aren't really getting a very good foothold here. And QQQ is very unstable today. Possibly due to its dividend. No, that's probably just adding to it. I want to be done moving. I almost got the whole kitchen packed. This is why you just hire someone. Okay, Mr. Rich Guy. I mean, I don't think you need to be rich to hire someone to help you move. Look at me. I can afford to eat the expensive dried ramen packets. Don't you have some friends or like a buddy with a pickup truck who you can con into doing a day of backbreaking manual labor for some beers? There you go. Bob's got a truck. Just throw him a few pork chops. pay with 1 share of Beanhead. You only need one. This is complete bullshit. My Euro USD short is pronting. What are you talking about? The market only gapped up as if it received a cool CPI print for no fucking reason whatsoever. Totally normal stuff. Yeah, right? I mean, nowadays. I think it's in the Bulls' best interest to hold 51.50 and at a minimum 51.25 into the FOMC meeting. 51.50 is actually really important though. And they still have underwater sold puts at 75. All right, we're getting a little bit of short vol coming back in. Let's see how futures are looking. Not too bad. A little bit of resistance at 52.27.50. A little bit of delta picking up. Are we buying calls? Nope. Still not buying any fucking calls. Selling puts, though. $65 is still resistance. Will they say something at the FOMC? Who? The Fed? I mean, yeah? Is there an actual bear or just bulls tripping over themselves? It's mostly just bulls fucking around. They sold too many calls earlier, and now they've created a resistance at 65. But when they pull those sold calls back towards the latter half of the day, it'll probably generate some price improvement. There's not a lot of bears, but somebody did come in and buy the 5180 put pretty heavily a bit earlier. I think that's kind of, yeah, that's kind of normalized again. And it's now call heavy. Yeah, that was the only purchase of the 5180 put. That was back here. This drop looked like short puts closing somewhere, but I don't know where on the chain. It had nothing to do with the at the money options, I can say that much. You're positioning for FOMC today or tomorrow? Tomorrow. Seems like this is as high as they can go. Not necessarily. It's very early in the day. Well, we still have 2 hours. I guess it's not that early, but we still have 2 hours left. How are you hedging your TLT short for tonight? At the money weeklies? No. Probably not going to hedge my TLT short against any BOJ decision. I don't think it's really going to be that impactful, on the at least on the 10-year. The FOMC decision will be far more impactful, and I expect that to be bearish for TLT. But I would hedge FOMC. I'm not going to hedge BOJ. I'm already long yen, so I don't really need to take any extra steps. I ate some Beyond Meat, and now my stomach is upset. Bullish? No. Can you play me a song? Dealer's Choice. Love you, Gherkin. Oh.
I once knew a Dan, that guy sucked ass. His daddy was a drunk and his mom smoked crack. Dan felt the need to disagree, but the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. That's all I gotta say about Dans. Dans suck. Nobody likes a Dan. Get out of here, Dan. Hashtag not a cult.
You play that exact same song.
Fucking Dans. I once knew a Dan, that guy sucked ass. His daddy was a drunk and his mom smoked crack. Dan felt the need to disagree, but the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. That's all I gotta say about Dans. Dans suck. Nobody likes a Dan. Get out of here, Dan. Hashtag not a cult.
I forgot to turn the sound down when I left my office, and everyone's looking at me weird. Just told them they wouldn't get it. This is boring. When are we gonna get a stupid pump on tech? RSP's up. Bulls are trying to push it up again. Thinking some ups here? Maybe. We'll see. Still resistance at 65. Getting a lot more vol shorting now, though, as we get towards the end of the day. Will we get a tech pump when the Huang Gang shows up? Possibly. Still pretty low volume on futures. Bullish momentum starting to pick up a little bit. Very little, but a little. Hmm. Oh, it's doing some weird shit. What degenerate listens to this stream without headphones in public? I don't know, but I respect him. I don't even listen to this stream. Me? Alright. God dang. What? The Bulls? Any more positive songs? Probably.
could be violent upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like.
Let's see if the bull sign still works.
Red, I could be violent upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. I could be green, I could be red, I could be violent upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. I could be green, I could be red, I could be violent upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. Tell me how you like it. Hashtag not a cult.
This is where the bears are all set up. Like right here. And they're just being dicks. Craters to 5,100. You too, Nuke. Yeah, it was alright. I spent a lot of my weekend fucking around in Adobe Illustrator. Ooh, volume's starting to pick up. That's neat. Hmm. Bulls are gonna try again. No, you tell me how you like it, Dork. Oh shit, they've almost got Delta back to positive. I guess we're actually getting some fucking call buying now. Yep, a little bit. What are the chances we close above 5165 today? Moderate. Yeah. Getting call buying at 165, 70, 75. Not a shitload of volume, but a decent amount. They very well might just be buying back the short calls they sold earlier. We're gonna watch Jensen at 4? No, of course not. I don't want to listen to him make up shit about AI for an hour or 3 hours. Ugh. Ending YCC and ETF purchases. Does ending YCC mean not 0%? No. They don't need to do YCC anymore if they go to a 0% rate. It's fucking genius. Just make BOFA can manage their yield curve. How would you feel if the FBI arrested Jensen Huang on stage mid-spiel today? You'd miss the bubble popping? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't miss it. I would just miss it live. I'm okay with that. I would go back and rewatch it. This stream would just become a video of Jensen being arrested over and over and over again for like the next 2 weeks. And I just put WeBull in the top left corner. That's not going to happen. Arresting Jensen Huang is now a national security threat. Is Beyond an AI company, hence the Beyond in its name? No. Should I be expecting this stock to retest all-time high of 239.71 sometime in the next couple of weeks? Absolutely not. Ooh, didn't fill the gap? That's odd. Can you draw a support bottom line and perforate the top line? Hmm. You're asking an awful lot there. Fine. Interesting. Why does that keep happening? It's fucking goddamn beautiful. Oh, Grim 2. Beyond 240 cc's safe then? I would imagine. Since we're in a week between OPEC settlement and GME earnings, is now a bad time to sell covered calls? It's not the worst. I would worry about volatility rising into earnings, but this Friday we probably won't see a ton of that. But where are you going to sell them? They're not going to be worth anything. It would have been better to sell them last week when we ran a little. Double bottom? Where? Here? Yeah. God, that's so fucking annoying. ES is trying to push up through that kind of short wall. It's getting there. Broke through it a little bit. Volume's starting to pick up. Momentum's going higher. That's very odd. Let's see where the buying is going on. Squeeze puts time? What puts? There's not a lot of puts to squeeze. Looks like they're trying to get 75 out of this. This could still fail, though. QQQ's got a nice pump going. So we break 65. There's a lot of call selling still. We got some calls pulled back, and now we're getting more calls sold. I don't think they're done pumping yet, though. Want to hold 162. Yeah. Need to break out above 164 for this to get really bullish. Holy shit, did they sell me one? Nope, just fucking canceled it again. There we go. Is the yen not ripping yet? Because no decision's been made. Also, a zero rate policy is not a positive rate policy. Ooh, bear trap. Something fucking weird is going on. I don't trust that shit. Hmm. One second. tuning back in. Anything significant? Not really. Nvidia's got its GTC like keynote tonight, which might be bullish, might not be. Who knows? What the fuck? Fucking stupid asshole had to knock on my door right then. Gap down. Dude, what the fuck? That was a massive futures dump. Holy shit. What the fuck? That was crazy. Didn't JFresh mention something like this? No, not at all. You just mean like big sell-offs from de-risking? This has been going on for like 2 weeks. I got super fucking blown out super fast. Ironically, not a lot of movement on SPX options, mostly just futures. Still solid support on futures at 52.17. Bunch of the 75 calls got stopped out. Disney on 12-month high. Call still running. Yep. I say he's dropped 70 cents. SPY dropped 70 cents on that face melting drop. Gork, how will the top 500 companies absorb these losses? I'm sure they'll be okay. Hmm. These are getting even more volatile. A big fat gap there at 51.60. Mm, 75 calls are building back up again. So we're 65. Pump and rug. Jesus Christ. This is crazy. Hmm. Yeah, BOJ rate decisions tonight. Spreads on that are awful. Where does the MM want this? Right about where we're at. 5160-ish. I guess like 62. That's a hit power hour. NVIDIA is at 86. Hmm. What's TEP doing? TEP's down, but vol is up. Interesting. Apple's getting fucking wrecked at 175. Google's shitting the bed pretty hard too. Amazon's kind of recovering a little bit. Nvidia's recovering a little. Meta's still doing pretty good. What time for us is the BOJ rate decision? I think it's at 11 o'clock Eastern. Starting to get more call buying at 65 again. So 65. Watch out for those fucking dumps, though. Jesus Christ. Megaphones aren't inherently bullish. Why is Meta nearly $500? AJ's gloating about selling 70C short. I mean, I think he sold them short when we were trading at like 51, 55, so. In this market, they are always bullish. Well, until they're not, right? We'll see. Bulls still haven't filled this fucking gap. It's already taking quite a while. But then they V back to bullish. Well, currently we're in a bear flag. Which is probably not a great look. And we've got some pretty serious de-risking when VIX gets under like 1420. We still have future sellers to the upside. Yeah, 5230. A big pile of future sellers at 5230, 5226. Might get one more like bullish push for like 50, maybe 5230 on ES. So it might test that sell wall and then it'll probably fail. And that's out here. I wonder if that already failed. Oops. Go here. That would have failed there and there. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh. There's the bear flag breakdown. Yeah, failed the gap fill. $52.25. Interesting. Hmm. That should be moderately bullish. Like, I just don't think it'll last. Careful with stops here. Like, I think bulls are gonna try to pump it one more time, but it might sell off again. It's a fat gap. Well, the bear flag broke down first, right? So it broke down, and then this is the recovery. So it broke down into a bullish reversal. It did break down right here. I said retest here by 515. Barely wicked out of the trend. That's all it needed to do. Don't give me that. And now we need to not fill the downside gap and do big pumpies. Ah, lame. It would have been cooler if we didn't fill it. We're gonna push past 5170? I don't know. I mean, I think a test here, I don't know if it'll break up or not, but like I guess that's about 65, 66. Filling the gap was not great though. So that means we could lose 60 again, and then we just get stuck. Let's see how hard bulls fight for 60. I'm surprised there's actually a fight, because there's really not a lot of bearish positioning up here. It seems like the only thing really triggering downside is pulling back short puts. But when they do that, that causes the market maker to sell off really hard. Because vol rises. Still bullish consolidation. Bulls are getting scared. They're de-risking. scared or just managing their positions. I mean, it's up to you. God damn it. Only 4 more minutes for me to get my price target. I better step this shit up. Mm. Oh, that's not good. Um, no, it still looks bullish. A little bit more pumping. No breakout. 515 now. Huh. Vol's going up. Short calls. Spot up, VIX up. What's on the other side of 5162? Good question. There is still is resistance on futures right here. From here up to 4230, there's like a shitload of resistance. Lots of sell side. Bulls just barely have delta positive here. I mean, they're pushing really hard, but they do not have a lot of advantage. Which means some of these upside positions are probably sold. 70, 75. Turtle heading it, yeah. $65 is still just a huge resistance. Are we getting call selling in the money? That's not good. And the money calls taking profit. Hmm. $320. We're actually getting a little bit of call buying, but very, very little. Apple and Google in talks to integrate Gemini into their iPhone, potentially leading to groundbreaking deal in the industry. Yeah, they already, that already caused Google to run like 5% earlier today. $220, 323. This is interesting to say the least. BOJ decision's already priced in. I doubt it. Unless nothing's gonna happen, in which case, yes. Hmm. Absolute fucking wall on ES. Hmm. All right. Time for crime end of day pump. I don't know if it'd get very far. Alright, today's been fun. So that upside positioning is looking. Yeah, still 22, 52, 27, 50, 52, 30. Call side's getting a little weaker too. Fuck this. Really? $230. Yes, or QQQ still under VWAP. I wonder if NQ is having the same issues. Hmm. DJI is pushing up. Down. Russell's still slipping. Russell looks like shit. And the dollar is still moving up. Three-month correlation is turning around a little bit. Big spike in vol. Mhm. When are they going to pull back the short calls? You see the MM wants it at the 60-62 range? Yeah. Everything's kind of consolidating around that point. It might be a little bit higher now. It's like 60, like 63. But if we break to the upside of that, the MM has to buy. Ugh. $51.62 is a fortress. Yeah, it is. It's not really 51.62. It's like ES 52.27. And it fucking absolutely is. We need some like serious ES volume to pump higher. But if they can blow through that, sell wall, it could run pretty hard. Because they'll pick up a lot of buy side momentum. Biscuit or bagels? Wait, what? Nvidia is about to break 890 again. Or, well, it's trying to. I'm surprised that's not pumping harder into the end of the day with the GCT bullshit tonight. Oh, I guess it's more like buy the rumor, sell the news, right? Fucking weak ass bulls. It's tomorrow's chain looking like. Yeah, we're past 335 now. Still a lot of call buying at 65. Even some volume at 70. 10,000. Hmm. Yeah, the 60 for tomorrow. Put volume at 60, 55, 50. Hmm. Tomorrow's the 19th, right? We're getting call volume up to 75 for tomorrow, but there's a big fat pile of puts at 51.50. Not a lot of in the money call buying either, and not a ton at 60. 60 is pretty neutral. Let's see if we get more out at like 60, 65 call buying on tomorrow's strike on a like a little pullback here. Realized Vol's obviously grinding down into close. Oops. I don't think there's enough minutes left. Should get support right here. Huh. $51.60, $51.70 puts. Just make a condor. What's the best computer mouse for trading? I have no idea. I have a G502. Yeah, I don't think that's bullish. There's 55. 55 still support. Still not a lot of calls coming in at 60 for tomorrow. There's a lot at 65, 70, 75. But I think unless we broke above 65, they're not going to get any traction today. The market maker is more likely to hedge off into the 55, 50 range, honestly. Hmm. 340. Let's see if any of those took profits. No, not really. I don't think we break that futures wall. It's too strong. Bulls aren't really pushing anymore. I think they're kind of giving up. If they do, it's gonna be some like last fucking minute, like massive push. A mouse that only clicks on good trades. I've never played that game. I only trade on 144 hertz monitors. Anything else is too slow. Yeah, that's true. Hmm. Yeah, market maker is down at like 60 now. After that pullback. Jesus fucking Christ. The sell pressure is actually pretty enormous. Someone's inching up their buy contracts. Don't have enough time in the day for that one. Oh, it looks super shitty. $345. There's the vol short. Maybe if they try to get vol under the 14. That's gonna be fucking hard to do though. QQQ doesn't look like it's breaking out either. What's Apple doing? Still shit. Google. Google's breaking up a little bit. Tesla's not. Amazon looks okay. Meta looks good. The whole fucking pump here is just Meta. Yeah, Microsoft's doing alright too. What the fuck is underperforming so hard? Health tech. Retail's kind of flat. Few more calls at 55. Spy 5,000 by Friday. That'd be cool. Yeah, still looks like shit. Yeah. There it goes. We're gonna fall back into the 5150 hedge where the puts are for tomorrow, which is disgusting, but it's interesting, I guess. So we lost 55. Puts at 50. How does that look for today? Is there a 0 DTE to buy here? That's kind of risky. Fucking call is so overpriced. Holy shit. What in the actual fuck? Dude, this fucking call is $2 more than intrinsic at 352. Black Monday into close, yeah. A little bit. 5150 puts at least, and then if those go in the money, they might sell off and we get like a little bounce. Maybe. If they'll sell me this for $1, I'll buy it. SQQQ calls are much cheaper than the puts. Okay. Hmm. Bearish. $48. This fucking 50 call is still $2. Ooh, fuck. It still calls at 45. The biggest end of day sell off in some time. Bounce. Holy shit. Ding ding. So close. Come back to me, sweet vol market. Man, they really tried to pump that shit into close, huh? Micro crash? There's a lot of put buying at the 45 for tomorrow. Bears weren't wasting any fucking time. But ultimately failed that intraday megaphone that we're fucking trading in. I mean, this could fall back to like 5,200 overnight if they're risking off in anticipation of the BOJ decision. Yields are up pretty much across the board. Dollar's still rocketing, which is super weird. Maybe they're trying to pad hedges against a move in the yen. Russell down 75 BPS, YM up 13, NQ 86, ES 56, oil up 153 points. I mean, for all intents and purposes, most of this should have been fairly bullish for today. So it's kind of surprising that positioning broke down so much. Although we did close below the market maker's expected move. Yeah, that's interesting. So if we've set a high for the week here on Monday, that's pretty fucking bearish. Especially for the rest of the week. RSP closed down. QQQ closed under open too, I think. Yeah. That's nuts. Anyway, commodities moved up 56 points today, or the Bloomberg Commodity Index futures. Yields and dollar both up. I think the 10 years just above 4.3. Correlation and 3-month correlation continue to break down after Friday's close. So not a lot of stability and dispersion there today. Yield curves definitely tightening up. Vol didn't really move too much, but it moved a little. I mean, given how hard they shorted VIX futures, cash VIX is only down 42 BPS, and VIX 3-month was only down 85. Skew, I don't think is updated yet. This probably hasn't either. Correlation broke down a lot this week, but vol shorts did pick up today. So it moved this morning. It was like 35, negative 35. Moved out or moved down about 2%. We're pricing in 61.5 points of rate cuts. Most of the index performed pretty well, though. I guess the exception of like health tech didn't do too hot today, and health services. But durables did pretty well. Commercial and consumer services. Retail's not so great. Neither was finance, but tech did really well. Or at least the bigger part of tech did really well. Just didn't hold those gains. Anyway, that's about it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Later, everyone.